Yeah, thank you for, thank you all for being here. We have representatives for the record. For those that are on Zoom, we have members of veterans organizations from Northern Agency and Eastern Agency here with us in the gallery. Today, we are meeting at the Navajo Nation Council Chambers, and I just want to welcome everybody and thank you for traveling in today. Item number 3, today's purpose. The purpose of today's work session is, or the intent of the meeting is to provide an overview of the history of the Veterans Trust Fund and how the interest income may be used by the Veterans Administration, allow veterans organizations to ask questions to the presenters. Item 4 on the agenda is receive reports. Item A on the report is an overview of the Veterans Trust Fund presented by Mr. Jimmy, Investment Manager from the Investment Section of the Office of the Comptroller, Mr. Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Comptroller. We also have sitting in the presentation, in the presenter's box, we also have Ajwa from the Department of Justice. And I'm going to turn the time over to them in a moment, and they can introduce themselves. And for the record, we also have Delegate Amber Kinesba Crotty in the council chambers with us as well. I'm going to turn the time over to our presenters, Mr. Jimmy.
Hi, good morning. Jeremy Jimmy in this year. Just kicking Shalom Biles and Bashis Chin. There's the edge of touching that should Che Biles and Dashanella, Chinley and Dent Shah. I am the investment manager within the Office of the Controller in the investment section. Did you want to have them introduce themselves as well?
Delegate David?
Madam Chair, we can't hear Mr. Jimmy online. And there's somebody who's on the line, on the Zoom call that's hacked in, that is talking, stating profound language on the Zoom call. I don't know if
Good morning, everybody, again on Zoom. Can you all hear me? Can't hear me on Zoom. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me on Zoom? Can't hear me. They can't hear me. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? This is Delegate Parrish. Can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes, sir, good morning. I can hear you.
Speaker Damon, can they hear you?
Can you hear me now on Zoom? On Zoom, can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, the mics are back on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Speaker Damon, for raising that. We've restarted the Zoom link, and now we are going to turn the time back over to Mr. Jeremy, Jimmy, and our presenters this morning. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Shea, German Jimmy, Nisha, Mashkijin, Shalom, Biles, and Bashichin, and at the edge of touching is Che Biles and Dashanella, Chinli, down, then Asha. I am the investment manager within the Office of the Controller under the investment section, for the record. Ajo, up.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Robert Woolley, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ajwa Ajedanso. I am with the Tax and Finance Unit at the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Okay, going into this, so I'm gonna be talking about kind of the process that I went through when I first came on board. So when I first joined the investment section, one of the things that I had to first do was to set up the recommended budget to figure out the amounts for the Veterans Trust Fund. So what I started to do was read through the codes that were currently in place and notice that there was confusion in the way it was written. So one of my first things that I did was meet with the former executive director, James Zerline, and together we had different interpretations again at that meeting. So we called upon our DOJ representatives from his side as well as the Tax and Finance Unit, and together the four of us sat down again and we came to a consensus on what the interpretation of all the codes that were layered in with the amendments, what it was spelling out for us, and it was a different calculation method than what was used in the year before, and it wasn't the calculation that the Veterans Administration wanted or intended to be written, and so that began the process of meeting. I think we had about 4 or 5 meetings sporadic throughout last year and beginning of the year, or actually all of last year. And what we did as the investment manager was provide consultation on the Veterans Administration on how they had written a new amendment so that the code wouldn't be confusing, wouldn't be contradicting, and that it would give the budgeted amount that they were needing. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. I don't know who has the latest version of that. My role was just as a consultant to read through it and make sure that what they were trying to get across was getting across. The problems that we were having in the previous code was the definitions of income, principal, and program dollars. Seemed to be kind of intertwined, so that's kind of the things that they were working on plus the chronological order of the codes written. Last I remember from last year was that it was recommended to them that they were to introduce what they were working on, their amendment, and attach it to, I believe, Delegate Key Allen's legislation last year to meet the deadline for the budget season, but that didn't happen. So we still have the old codes with the amendments layered on that is still providing the kind of the hiccup in the budget. So that's why I brought that to the attention during my orientation is, does the Veterans Administration want to go forward with Mr. Zerline's recommended amendment, which has a different calculation methodology that's attached to it to figure out the allocations for the Veterans Trust Fund, the Veterans Housing Program, and the reinvestment. And so that's kind of where we're at now. I apologize, I sent it out late on Friday to Ms. Peggy Nake. I don't know if you were able to send out my attachments to the committee members?
Yes.
She did? Okay. So, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. So, going over the last year's calculation, I can walk through that. Give me, do I have a copy? My example. Okay. Okay, so these are numbers that we just threw in there. Right now, I am currently in the process of starting to work on the budgets for the upcoming year budget season to figure out the how much is to be allocated for the housing program, the Veterans Trust Fund, and the reinvestment. So if we're going to use the old code with the amendments that are layered on it, this is kind of how we're running through it. So we just used a projected revenue because there are set-asides that are allocated to the Veterans Program of $1,000. It's a fictitious number, it's not real. The Veterans set-aside, which is at 4%, which is $40 of the $1,000 that's in part of our example. We use a $500 investment income, which again is only for the example purposes, and a management fee. So these management fees, they pay for the different investment managers that manage the investment funds, which includes the Veterans Fund. So we used an example number of 300. So if we add the veteran set aside, the investment income, and minus out the manager's fee, there's a pot of $240. So that $240 is now going to be allocated into 3 different pots, either the housing program, the veterans program, or the reinvestment.
Madam Chair, is the Zoom working?
Zoom work? Emerson, the Zoom attendees cannot hear the presentation. The Division of Justice and the Division of Management and Budget cannot hear the presentation. No, the entire presentation, I couldn't hear it. Okay, everyone on Zoom, can you hear us? Okay, thank you, Jalissa. She came in and adjusted the audio so we can be heard on Zoom and on YouTube. This is being streamed on YouTube as well. Okay, I believe we've fixed the audio issue on Zoom and on YouTube. Right now, we are sending we were making copies for the members or the guests we have in the gallery today. We are making copies of Mr. Jimmy's report and the following reports for everybody's for everybody to follow along in the presentation. Okay, Mr. Jimmy, we're going to try your mic.
Hi, can everybody hear me online?
Okay, I think you're going to have to do it one more time because Mr. Brodus didn't hear it.
Okay. Alrighty, starting back over from the top. So when I came into my role, it was very recently. I've been within the investment section for maybe about a year and a half now. And so when I came in, I was coming into part of the beginning of the budget season. So when I was looking at the Veterans Trust Fund, on the way the code introduce myself? Oh, from that far back. All right. Good morning. Shay, Jimmy, Nisha, Majiki, Nisla, Biles and Bashishin, and it's education that should Che Biles and the Shanoa, Chin Lee, Dan Asha. I'm the investment manager in the office of the controller within the investment section. And I'll give it time to Mr. Rob Willie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Willie, accounting manager with the office of the controller. Nice to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adjoa Ajedanso. I'm with the Tax and Finance Unit of Navajo Nation's Department of Justice.
Thank you. Okay. So, going back, I was starting to look at the existing code and the amendments that overlap those codes as well, and I noticed there was some confusion in the way it was written and the way it was layered. So the first thing I did was met with former Executive Director James Zerline, and together we sat down and we had two different interpretations of it. So the next step was we invited our DOJ representatives from both sides. So he had his DOJ representative, and on our side it was the Tax and Finance Unit. And the four of us noticed the same contradictions in the way it was written. So we had came to a consensus on what was the interpretation at that time, and that was found to be not in line with the Veterans Administration's how they were intending the budget allocations to be calculated, but it was determined that the way it was written was the way the budget was formulated last year for the housing program, the veterans program, and the reinvestment. So through last year, we had about 5 meetings sporadically, and as part of my job, as I'm also DC consulting, and I was consulting with Mr. Zerline and his administration to review his amendments that he was going to propose to
Okay, great. Okay, I hear you, Delegate Shauna Claus. For the record, Delegate Shauna Claus on the call. Again, for anybody that missed that, the Department of Justice has made available on the Zoom through the shared screen access, the 2 pages that we are referring to from the investment report that was given to the Budget and Finance Committee on February 16th. Delegate Shauna Claw, can you see the pages? Okay, we got a thumbs up and great. Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn the time back over to our presenters to continue with the report.
All right, taking a step back to page 86, this is the asset allocation that I was reading off. So underneath the allocation, that's where it's currently sitting at, your Veterans Trust Fund portfolio. And those are the different major asset classes. The third column, well, I guess the fourth column, that's labeled target. What we do for every fund that we invest in, for every fund that we invest, we formulate a sub-policy that is approved by the investment committee, that is then approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. And so in that sub-policy, it lays out the requirements and guidelines for the investment managers. And so we try to keep a target allocation put together. Anytime that it starts to go skewed one way or the other, what we do on our side is we rebalance it to making sure that it's in the targeted allocation amounts. So that's why you'll see the difference between the allocation that's currently at and the target, and that's the difference column at the very end. So we try to keep 18% allocated to domestic equity for the Veterans Trust Fund. We try to keep 13% in international equity. We try to keep 50% to fixed income. We try to keep 6% to core real estate. We try to keep 13% to global tactical asset allocation. So those are our targets that we try to balance out with. So that's page 86. If we can go to page 87. Page 87, this is where it talks about the performance of the Veterans Trust Funds and its returns. So you have the QTD, which is the quarter to date. You have the FYTD, which is the fiscal year to date. And then you have the CYTD, which is the calendar year to date. And then those next ones are the ones that I had named off, the 1, 3, 5, 7, and 10-year return of the Veteran Fund. And so we also do a benchmark performance for each of the managers and then each for the fund. So the Veterans Target Index, this is how it measured up against it. So if we look at the first column under QTD. 1 second, please. Technical difficulty.
Are you able to share your screen? No? I just lost internet connection. AP2? Do you like it? Okay. What's yours called? So stop sharing, yes?
I'll go through this one. Hi, we're back. So yeah, so that's what this page is. It talks about the returns at various periods. And so the last thing I was talking about was the benchmark. So we have a veterans target index that we measure the performance against. So if you see in the quarter to date, the veterans fund returned 5.47%, while the veterans target returned 4.53. So we beat the benchmark on that one. And so that's the positive side of us beating the benchmark. Now, if we go to a negative time, we can look at the calendar year to date. So the Veterans Fund had a negative return of 19.96%, but the Veterans Target Index had a negative return of 13.22%. Because the index lost less than the Veterans Fund did, we ended up having a difference of 6.74%. So that case, we did not meet the benchmark. And so that's how you read this report. And so I just wanted to talk about that because I remember there was somebody asking about the status of the fund. And Audra, can we go to the next attachment?
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. They're preparing the next document, for everybody who is in the chambers, we do have lunch on the way. So we have some members of staff who are picking up the order right now. And it looks like the document is up on the screen. Yes, Speaker Damon, did you have your hand up?
I was just, our colleague, Senator Claude had her hand up.
Honorable Delegate Shauna Claude, did you have a question? Okay, thank you, Delegate Claw, for participating today. Okay, I'm going to turn the time back over to our presenters.
So this is the report that we put together for the controller's report that is provided to council every quarterly session that they have, and it shows a 1-year performance. So if we look at the Veterans Fund underneath column P, you can see the Veterans Fund and how it's performing this year. So at the bottom I have it broken down the month to date has a negative 2.56%, which represents February for performance. But for the month or the quarter to date is at 2.59% positive. And for the year, physical year from 10/1/2022 to the end of February, the Veterans Fund has an 8.43 positive return. So it makes up 4.41% of the overall master trust, and then the lines above shows the amounts received for interest, dividends, and other income. And also, to put a disclaimer on it, these are unaudited numbers. These are just current and real-time numbers right now. So right now, at the end of February, the Veterans Trust Fund market value is at $177,519,327, and that's the most recent information that I have available for the Veterans Fund as of right now. Starting at 10/1, we started off again from the bad year in 2021 or 2022 at $163,720,220, and over the course of the physical year, we ended up increasing the value of the fund by $13,799,107. So I believe those are my updates on the Veterans Trust Fund that's currently at right now.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy, for your presentations. Members of Budget and Finance, do we have any questions for Mr. Jeremy Jimmy's presentation? I'm going to open up the platform for anybody in the audience who has a question here in the chambers. Or okay, Shredded Delegate Amber Crotty has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Shanice, I appreciate that. Committee members, so in terms of how the trust fund, information is provided to the veterans program, and in your discussion and reviewing the documents and working with the Department of Justice, walk me through how then and at what time does the program
Veterans Organization officers as an entirety. And I know they'll be inviting the general public to partake in that as well. So that's my particular update and overview of the Veterans Administration as of right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin, for your presentation this morning. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Baldwin? Yes, Delegate Azaritt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Woolley, Mr. Jeremy, and the rest of the veterans. And thank you, Debbie, for your report. Staff. I've been getting questions from some of the veterans in my area, and they ask about supplemental funds. Is there a way, or what's the process of getting supplementary funds for each veterans regions? My next question also is probably not part of your report, but how do you feel about the veterans becoming a standalone division? And hopefully this kind of will help in the financial part of it. That's the way I'm thinking. But my question is, how do you feel about veterans becoming a standalone division? Thank you.
Delegate Azaritt. Ms. Baldwin.
Nana Shinatani. Supplemental funds for each region. That is something that we had entertained and were able to successfully complete some years back prior when I worked for the Veterans Administration, 2018 Yadon. And at that time we had utilized and made the request through the UUFB funding, and that is something that's possible. However, based on the balances for the general fund and the trust fund at this time, I don't see that it would be an immediate need and immediate priority right now. Now, if the accounts were drawn down a little bit more and perhaps we were sitting at 20% or less in each of those accounts, then I would see the need for the UUFB or the supplemental funding at that time. However, we don't have that right now, and a lot of our requests are going to be statistics driven, balance driven, percentage utilized driven with the UUFB or any type of supplemental fund with the Office of Management and Budget and with the Office of the Controller. That's one of the things that is one of their main priorities that they look at when they see if there's a need. Also with our delegates, you all are very inquisitive about those particular issues and looking at our quarters and what our expenditures are at per quarter. So that is something we can do. However, we need to make sure that we draw down enough before we make that request through legislation. Now, the next thing about how do I feel about the veterans becoming a standalone division? The veterans becoming a standalone division would be something that I think is a high priority. Number one is because the veterans touch every age spectrum out there. We have children have parents who are veterans. We have children currently serving who will soon become veterans. We have our working population who are veterans. We have our elderly who are veterans. And each of these veterans, when we return home from service, we have a unique set of needs. Not to say that we are the oddball out, but we do face a unique set of needs. Everything from readjusting back into civilian society and how we function, how we communicate, how we make requests for things. That's one way. Another way is our housing needs. But to some of us, we face PTSD and we don't function very well in close quartered homes such as a subdivision or apartment complexes. We need our particular space for our own anxiety, our own mental health, as well as our education needs. There's GI bills out there, there's other grants, there's educational opportunities that are specifically for veterans, and those are the types of opportunities that veterans need to be guided through. And with this Veterans Administration that I've been given the the opportunity to lead, that's one of the main areas that we want to address, is hiring on an educational specialist who can help the veteran navigate through the scholarship process, enrolling in university, technical school, trade school, finding the grants out there for them, and making sure that the veteran has no immediate needs or any immediate hindrances in their objective, or sort of say in their mission to get that higher education. Getting a veteran educated will also alleviate the need for them to immediately return to the Veterans Trust Fund for assistance. Meaning, we know that the Veterans Trust Fund is always going to be a shrinking pot, because every day we have more and more veterans. So if we can get our veterans educated through trade schools, CDL licensing, secondary education, university, local community colleges, then they won't have such a big need to be utilizing the Veterans Trust Fund. So having the educational specialist on board will also aid in the readjusting back into civilian society. With that being said, we do have a need for a mental health counselor. If we could get one on staff, that would be wonderful. I know some years back I did have this conversation with the then Division of Health Director, Dr. Segay, and one of the hindrances that she had informed me of is the lack of specific area of training for the behavioral health counselors to assist in these areas, because of the PTSD that some veterans have and the anger that they can sometimes exude. And the counselors at that time were not particularly trained to address those issues. So having a counselor on board who is able to immediately meet with our veterans, or perhaps schedule them out, that would be one of the best benefits. So seeing that the Veterans Administration touches education, financial needs, family needs, mental health, or health overall, that's one of the things where a division of veterans division would be best executed, so that we can attack each of the needs the veterans and their families face, and in a wide casted net. So I do agree with creating a Veterans Administration, Honorable Azra. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Delegate Begay.
Chair of the whole BNF committee. I saw plenty of veterans. I was wondering if you can bring social service with you, because they got some money there that the veterans can dig into. So if you can bring them along, and maybe the delegates can help understand there's service besides veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Ms. Baldwin, Delegate Begay represents Alamo, Tohajale, and Rema, and I'll turn the time over to you for a response.
Oh, yeah, Nana Shinatani, Delegate Begay. With the idea of bringing social services along, we are already attacking that particular issue, and that's with our what we call our social ills task force, to where we are going to be discussing the major impacts of our society. Specifically, my task is to work and bring forth the ideas of what our veterans face in our society. I appreciate the direction, and I heed your direction. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Colleagues, do we have further questions? Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. First, good morning again, or actually good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Slater, for being here with us. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin, for being here. And again, congratulations on your appointment to your position. And I look forward to working with you and creating the significant change that's needed in the in not only what we're talking about specifically as the trust fund, but also the policies and direction for the Veterans Administration for the Navajo Nation. that will have direct impact by what the decisions that you make on a daily basis there in the office. I guess my first question is just going back to the question or what Manager Abercrombie asked of OMB, and that was if you look on here for the allocation for the general funds in Western Agency, there's a negative $169,868. Now, with those funds that were in there, there was a total amount of $563,000. How did this?
I'm going to ask Mr. Vial to respond to Speaker Damon's question, and then I'm going to, first I'll ask for Mr. Vial. Mr. Vial?
Good afternoon.
Mr. Vial, you have the floor.
Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vial. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, and everyone that's listening and participating in the discussion. On this particular matter, OMB's responsibility in all of this work involving the veterans funding is basically just to establish the budgets. So we work with the figures, the amounts that are provided by the Office of the Controller for various fiduciary, proprietary, and then the general fund amounts. And so therefore, at that point, we work with Department of Veterans Affairs using those amounts to assist them in developing their budgets. And that's what's ultimately approved by the council, signed into law by the president. At that point, we would periodically check the balances. Generally speaking, it would be on a quarterly basis. So that's when some of these deficits or unexpended balances would show up. So typically we would work with the Veterans Affairs Department to notify them that we notice these amounts and these balances. So that's pretty much the limit of where we're involved. Now, as Delegate Damon is asking, the actual payouts are really between the department and the Office of the Controller. But so that's the limit, or the basic information information that's available to OMB at this point. Thank you. That's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. I wanted to share that information with the veterans that are online and also here in the gallery of the role that OMB plays. Now I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Willie for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the expenses for that particular business unit, and it looks like Ms. Baldwin was correct. It is self-help materials, and it's taken over. The expenses are over a span of 3 months, which is October, November, and December. I'm not sure how they're verifying funds on that part. I'll have to check with the accounts payable section. But yes, it is overdrawn by that dollar amount. So I'd have to confer with them and see what happened on this particular expense.
Mr. Willie, could you answer the part of the question that Speaker Damon raised about the when does OOC then determine, or how do they determine the end of payment, or when does OOC stop payments, and who makes that determination?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how the payments come through as far as veterans. I don't know if they're a part of a data port or not. I'd have to check on that, but if it's a data port, usually an accountant looks at the expenses, make sure there's funds verified and signs off on them, and then forwards it to accounts payable. If they're just RDPs, then the accounts payable should be looking at those, and they make the determination. So I'm not sure exactly how veterans sends their documents over to accounts payable, so that's what I need to figure out.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. I believe Speaker Damon, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you. Just my follow-up question is further understanding that. I don't know if Ms. Baldwin has that information of what kind of operation that they have in order for them to go ahead and upload this information. My second question, I guess, back to yourself, Mr. Willie, is when at some point does this, I guess if you could get that information, because you just now said you didn't have that information, could you, Madam Chair, could we get a follow-up from Mr. Willie and Ms. Baldwin if they don't have the further information to further explain, one, where this is a problem, if there's a system, if there's a break in the system, because this can potentially happen at all the agencies, and then we have to deal with it. We have to find money to deal with this, and what we're doing is we're not. The system is supposed to protect itself. That we have to say, okay, there's not enough money in there. We need to stop these payments because these organizations are probably not keeping it internal. Well, I'm just thinking that, but these organizations might not be keeping an internal spreadsheet of how much funds that they're drawing down for each one of the local veterans who are requesting for funds. Is that the issue? Is the issue at the Veterans Organization office at the agency level before they turn in? Is that where the issue's at, or is the issue at AP? So I think there needs to be further suggestions, because whatever system is being used, it didn't work. It just didn't work at this time, because or else we wouldn't be in the negative. I know that the chapters, we deal with the chapters that go into negative because they say, okay, we'll utilize other certain accounts to put back into those funds. But I don't usually see a Navajo Nation account go into the negative. It's usually there's some kind of mechanism at the controller's office, or the mechanism as at the department saying that they don't have enough money in that account. And working together with this, sometimes we get our own RDPs at the Budget and Finance Committee. I remember getting this back where we got them kicked back because they're saying, oh, there's not enough money in there. You know, that's the reason why we can't do this. So, like, okay, well, there's not enough money in there. But why were these RDPs allowed to be processed, or why were these direct payments or these services allowed to be processed? And did someone not catch it $169,000 later? That's my question.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to ask Mr. Willie if he has a response at this time. If there is, I believe that this is an item that both the Veterans Administration and the Office of the Comptroller have to take a deeper look at. And because we have a Budget and Finance regular meeting tomorrow, I think that this will take some time to look at. So I'm going to ask if the Veterans Administration can work with OOC in finding where the overexpense happened and whether it was at accounts payable or where at OOC this happened, and how possibly the Veterans Administration is going to correct that so all veterans are served equally. So my suggestion is April 4th at the next regular Budget and Finance Committee, but I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Robert Willie for a response at this time.
Thank you. As you've stated, Madam Chair, that we probably need to research and look into the situation. There are a number of factors, like Honorable Damon did state. It might have come from veterans. Ms. Baldwin probably doesn't know, but it happened previously to before she took over also. So we need to question staff and then figure out those nuances and then come back with a concrete answer for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, and thank you, Speaker Damon, for raising that. I'm going to ask on the same point that Speaker Damon is raising for clarification from OMB to see if anyone at OMB, Mr. Bial, if you caught this on the quarterly report during the last quarter or the quarter before, and if this was a detection from OMB. Mr. Bial?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, typically our reports will be provided to the respective divisions within the executive branch, as well as the other two branches. But in this case, for veterans, the reports would be provided to the President's office, because Veterans Affairs Department is an executive office within the executive office's group. So typically that's how it would be. That's how the reports and information would be provided, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Mr. Bial, could you also prepare a report for the April 4th meeting regarding the Veterans Administration for a breakdown from the last 2 quarters, and to see if this was documented from OMB, so that that the Budget and Finance Committee can have a thorough report on when this occurrence happened from the history of OMB. Thank you, Mr. Bial. I believe Vice Chair Slater has a question.
Didn't catch that. Thank you. My question is actually to Ms. Baldwin, the program. I wanted to know if there was anything you can share preliminarily on whether these were via large purchase orders, or was it a lot of individual allocations that were made? And similar to what Chair was expressing, were they concentrated in any particular quarter? I would just like to hear directly from the program what they've been able to ascertain thus far. And I'll start there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm going to go back to Speaker Damon to add to his questions.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for allowing me the time to speak, and good morning, or good afternoon to everyone. The reason why I'm making this, probably saying, God, it's making a big old deal out of this, but this is a big deal, and the reason why this is because in next year's funds, if we give a general allocation to this to the same program, Madam Chair, you're going to get lobbied. You're a Western agency. The Western agency delegates are going to get lobbied to say, we need that allocation that you said you're going to give us, plus we need the other $169,000 in the hole that you need to cover. That's what's going to happen. And what does that do? That means that Western agency is going to get more funding because of their mismanagement of funds. That's what's going to happen. Western delegates are going to cover this, and they're just going to cover it. And that's not fair to the other agencies and to the other veterans who have been following the rules that are in place to get these things done. So I just want to bring that up, and that's going to happen. I guarantee you that's going to happen. That's going to happen. And what does that mean? That means Northern doesn't get that extra 169,000. Eastern, Fort Defiance, Chinle Agency, extra 160,000 can be covered to help to cover that expense, because there's going to be complaints, and there's going to be saying, well, if we just don't give them that, then they're going to have a shortfall automatically of 169,000. So if this is happening, how do we know that right now there's 94% in Northern that expended? How do we know that the RDPs are the ones that are being processed as we speak right now is going over that 94% into the negative? Is that happening right now? I don't know if that's happening right now. That could be happening because this report was done as of last month. So I'm just if that it's going to get to that point, you're going to get lobbied, and we're going to cover a deficit for mistakes that the system could have caught. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for raising that point. For the record, we also have Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie in the audience as well. Welcome. I'm going to turn the time back over to Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah, Nana, thank you. Delegate Slater, I appreciate the question. I'm not too sure if this was a bulk purchase. In theory, looking at the numbers, it looks like it could have possibly been home construction. It looks like that in theory, but I will get a general ledger report, and I will delve into that particular line item to get a more accurate answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, I believe Vice Chair Slater had some follow-up questions. Vice Chair Slater?
Since they don't have any more information at this time, then I don't have any further questions, but I think the sooner we can get to the bottom of it, the better. And I just hope that the appropriate individuals who approve these payments are disciplined, consistent with the personnel policies manual, consistent with whatever errors or willfully or unintentionally that they made. Because like Speaker Damon said, this is a huge issue, and it diminishes the amount of funding that's available for other programs, and we need to make it clear to Navajo Nation employees and to program managers that the actions that they take aren't in isolate. They're not confined just to what happens within their program or within what the money that they manage. It affects the entire nation through our annual audit. And if we continue to have these things take place, we're never going to be able to expand self-governance programs on the Navajo Nation. We're not going to be able to take the reins of a lot of these federal programs and tailor them to the needs of our people, and that includes social service programming. It includes IHS, compacting and contracting. We have limited control over how those resources are allocated within the Navajo region. And the way to do that is the way to assert control is to move forward with compacting and contracting. We weren't able to do that because of deficiencies that are identified by the Health and Human Services Department within the Office of the Controller based off of our annual audit. So my sincere hope is that we will address these issues, and we can demonstrate to the outside world that we're a serious government that is very intent on having the highest quality of fiduciary and financial stewardship. My question to Mr. Jimmy and to Mr. Willie is, when you have, say, the supplemental allocation that's put in, and you have the master investment policy, or not the supplemental allocation, but really what I want to ask is about expenditures. So if there is a carryover amount from, say, fiscal year 23 into 24, is that money invested under the sub-policy, or does some of it get pulled out and put into something like a money market account or the short-term bonds that you invest in for the projected cash expenditures of the nation? I'm trying to understand how much, remains invested. I know you said that you try to keep as much invested as possible. I just don't know if there's any limitations based off of the existing system and whether we end up pulling out more money than we should keep in based off expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Jimmy?
Hi, thank you for that question, Delegate Slater. When it comes to carryovers, as long as it stays in the Veterans Fund, it's still invested. We don't liquidate based off of projects or budgets. We liquidate based off of expenditures to maximize the time length of exposure to the investment accounts. With that said, the cash management policy, or not policy, the guidance that we try to give for the cash management is that we do move some to a short-term position. As you mentioned, we have an in-house investment where we do manage short-term investments with U.S. Treasuries, which are T-bills 1 year and in, and we also have the money market funds that provide same-day liquidation. As far as I'm aware, the Veterans Trust Funds, we don't do that too often. A lot of times there's enough funding in their cash balance to cover the expenditures, and we leave it more on the investment side. Now, if somebody was a program was burning through cash a lot, then that's when we would want to set up something short term so that we're able to pull money back quickly to cover anything expenditures that pop up, and we'll have also that investment in the money market fund. But as far as I know, we don't do that with the Veterans Fund. We do have an account set up for it in case if they ever get into that cash burn rate that we look at, and if we need to, we'll pull it back. It's just that we try to keep out of the in-house investments because their return and yields are lower than the long-term investments. So we try to stay long-term as much as possible, and if need be, we can set up a short-term investment, but it will still be invested. Right now, the current T-bills, again, I've been in several meetings, so I'm kind of outdated with my information. I'm about 1 week behind. Last it was providing about roughly 5% annual return, and then the money market was around like 4.5%. So they're pretty high given that the feds keep increasing the Fed rate, and therefore it's a pretty good return, but it's not a long-term investment objective or strategy that we're looking towards. We try to keep the Veterans Fund in the long-term investment portfolio as long as possible. As far as carryover, because it's still within the same pot of money. When it comes to supplemental funding, that I might need to do a little bit of research, where that supplemental funding is coming from and how it gets into the veterans budget. And it's just a matter of following the cash, and I can get back a response for you after I research how that's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Members, do we have any other questions? I'm gonna go to Delegate Begay, Vice Chair Slater, and then I believe we have a commander on the side who has a question as well. So, Delegate Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Other committee members, gallery, and I saw 20 veterans. Just a quick question for Ms. Baldwin. Says what's her stand in the 50-50 formula, and all the veterans going to have two separate budget for fiscal 24 Veterans Trust Fund and general funds? The question should text it, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate Begay. Ms. Baldwin?
Yeah, Nana, Delegate Begay, appreciate the question. the formula for the allocation of funding amongst these chapter veterans organization, there's two ways to devise how much each chapter veterans organization will receive. The first one that is what we've referred to as the 50-50 formula, and we're all pretty familiar with that. There's also another way where we determine how the chapter veterans organizations will receive, or how much money the organizations will receive, and that's called based on the veteran count. Now, what I've asked when I've met with 4 of the 5 agencies is for them to get their grassroots veterans' opinions on which they prefer, which is most beneficial for their particular agency and their CVOs. And in doing so, I've requested for their resolution, their agency resolutions, to see what they prefer. And again, this is going back to the transparency and getting the involvement from the veterans at the grassroots levels up here to the administration and eventually up to our delegates table and also OMB and Office of the Controller. And this is so that they know that they're involved in the decision making. So the 50-50 formula versus the veteran count is going to be based on the type of resolution that I receive from each of the agencies. Again, we're doing this to maintain that transparency and to ensure that the JOPA aspect and the commitment and compassion is there to our veterans. And this is one of the things that I know that our Office of the President and Vice President strongly stress when we do our jobs here at the administration level. And one of the partners that we have is Mr. Kiyomi, who is the liaison from the President's office, and he's also been very important in this aspect when he's going out there to veteran organizations to give this information to them. So thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Your other question, Delegate Begay, is the 2 separate budgets. Again, this will be based on the allocation on whether or not we have enough funding to meet the needs of a majority of the veterans out there at the grassroots levels and at the chapter veterans organization. We may make that request for general fund or supplemental depending on what our allocation is. And again, that's going to be based on the projected allocation from the Veterans Trust Fund. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you very much. Mr. Jimmy, I don't need you to look into the supplemental allocations because the supplemental allocation this past year was excess permanent trust fund income that we allocated in the annual budget and put toward the shortfall because of the duplication of the duplication language on the reinvestment, which made less funds or fewer funds available for the annual allocation. And I'm not aware of any additional supplemental allocations that we've made in the past few years, so you don't need to bother yourself doing that, but I appreciate the answer on the interest income combined with the set-aside funding. Let's see here. Of course, I just blanked on the second question I wanted to ask. Well, you evaded. You got lucky. Just kidding. Actually, just one comment, and that is, Director Baldwin, earlier you said that the trust fund was always going to be a diminishing pot, and I just think it's important to understand how the trust fund works, and it is not always a diminishing pot, and it's also important to share that with veterans, because I think, we all need to get on the same page in understanding how it works, and the fact that it has grown, that there are some policies in place to try and make it grow, but there's a lot of drawdowns that take place from the fund. And I don't want there to be the impression that it's just set up to be depleted, and then that starts to influence the political conversation. So, my ask is just, to get a stronger grasp of how it works, and just not to say that it's a diminishing pot. Some years the market's up, some years it's down, and that might affect things, but it's not a diminishing pot. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm going to turn the time over to Shache on this side to state your name and then your question. The investment committee is made up of the president, 2 members of budget and finance committee, the attorney general, the auditor general, and the controller. It's a different committee. But Jimmy right here, he's the investment manager for the Navajo Nation. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Baldwin for a response.
Appreciate that. We will do every effort, and I've been out to Hawk Vet CBO meeting, and I appreciate the hospitality you all have had, and I did share that information with you. Everything that I'm giving and presenting here, I did present to you guys, and everything that I know and everything that I present to council, to the president, to advisory, I will share at every chapter veterans organization meeting as well. And I did make that commitment to our veterans, and I miss working with our veterans on a daily, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm working for you veterans, doing my very best. Yeah.
Ms. Baldwin, I'm going to yield the chair to Vice Chair Slater to ask a question.
Thank you. Chair, you're recognized.
Vice Chair Slater, and thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, for coming together today. I have a question for Ms. Baldwin. Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you to Jeremy and to Robert, Mr. Willie, and also Mr. Bial for being on the call today to answer questions regarding the Veterans Trust Fund. Thank you for, also thank you to Speaker Damon for raising the point about financial responsibility among all of our agencies. So, Ms. Baldwin, I am on the 25th Council because I was selected by Kayenta, Denahoto, and Chilchimbito. That is in the Western Agency. And today, in your report to the Budget and Finance Committee, you mentioned that you have not been to a Western Agency Council meeting. Our Western Agency Council meeting was this past Saturday, and it happened at 9 a.m. It was also virtual, so there were other division directors in attendance. Tomorrow, there's a commanders meeting for the Western Agency, for our commanders out there. So I would like to hope that you are there tomorrow. It's important because this. I'm very grateful for Northern Agency and also Fort Defiance Agency's representation here in the council chambers. I did share this information with my agency as well, and I think there is plenty of interest from Western Agency, but I think it goes back down to the communication piece. My question is, who was the Western Agency VSO at this time? And my second question is, considering the discussion today in regards to financial accountability and responsibility for our veterans agencies and the various individuals that you are overlooking, what is your plan to connect everyone? As our commanders here have been expressing, how are you going to engage with Western Agency? What is your plan to include them? What is your vision to keep them involved? I have been to a Kayenta Veterans organization meeting, and all the way down to their organization, there are very few veterans that actually attend the veterans meetings, and I think that I would hope your vision as the executive director would support more community involvement and engagement with all of our veterans across the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to ask what is the two questions? What is your vision to include Western Agency veterans? And then the second question is, who is the Western Agency VSO? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question. The VSO for Western Agency is Miss Delphina Klitzo, and she is a veteran of the Marine Corps, and she's been in that position well over 5 years. I think she's at 5 years right now. So she's very well versed in her roles as a VSO. And in my efforts to realign and to get more information centralized, just recently I had made a directive for the veteran services officers of the agencies to take management control of each of their agencies. Essentially, that means that they are the direct supervisors of the agency account maintenance specialists, the office specialists, the office assistant, and the housing specialist. So that's one effort to streamline the communication with each of the agencies and our VSOs, as well as the VSOs will be the primary contact for each of their commanders and vice commanders and secretaries to get the first piece of crucial information that is received from me. And that will be done on, like I had stated, on a weekly and monthly basis. The VSOs are required per their directive to attend each agency meeting, as well as to attend at least half of their chapter veterans organization meetings per month. So like Fort Defiance, there's 26 chapters and there's only so many days, but she is required to attend at least 13 meetings. And then with like Chinle, they have 16 chapter veterans organizations, so they're expected to at least attend 8 meetings, and so on and so forth. As far as your question regarding fiduciary responsibility, that's been a big issue. Like I said, we did have a hiccup with Fort Defiance and Chinle, where what had happened was the internal ledgers that we utilized to maintain payments were deleted. Whether they were deliberate or not is not for me to say. All I'm going to say is that they are not here now, and we are in the rebuilding stage. So that fiduciary responsibility is being expressly communicated to each of the account maintenance specialists and each of the individuals, which essentially is the entire office staff, who are key to approving and ensuring eligibility for financial assistance through the trust funds and the general funds. So that fiduciary responsibility is being reiterated, and some individuals were asking, well, to what extent? And when you say fiduciary responsibility, that's 100%. There is no extent. So that being shared with them, a little bit of a red flag went up for those individuals, which means making sure that they get the proper training on ensuring what their primary job responsibilities are. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin, Director Baldwin. Chair Parrish, does that satisfy? Thank you. I'll yield the floor back, or yield the chair back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and thank you, Ms. Baldwin, for your responses. Colleagues, do we have any other further questions for Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Willie, or Ms. Baldwin at this time? I'm going to turn the time over to the commander, but we also have a response from Ms. Francisco regarding the research that she was going to do earlier. So she has a response now, but I'm going to turn the time over to the commander.
Madam Chair, Parrish, I got 3 questions and 1 request. My first question is, last year, we fell short of the Veteran Trust Fund, $1.7 million. That's where this general fund came.
Akwai angelinges aninaki ahakinon chgefu whatfa ebony not zan. But we don't know the real reason. For a day budget season, Chinayo Ashwanato, are we gonna fall short again? Because it appears that we have not fixed what caused the shortfall last year. So, I let state officials, John, each to the night. Second one, the EA Western, $169,868 overspent. Should that be part of that? Yes, in Chicago, they're doing it. We've got insufficient funds. Yo, what that shit up? Based on that insufficient fund. Well, those is a number which in very little mileage. Meaning, hey, yes, there's no mileage at that table, even though it says in the veterans act, those inside of mileage. Of course, did OMB, accounts payable, those controller's office, problem, I see it's the, you see that it's all the numbers, I think, $110,000 somebody, just like the backlash that he out there. Where is it? How is it? Should be a very stupid thing. Nazi based on based on that. Other from each agency, then that's a based on design. Don't point it out. So, but they ignore it, they run no business. We don't know if that's going to happen. Possibility is there. I think on each day, more budget concern. How do staff shortage like that? There's your budget, I'm not kidding. The A and the issues. For non-show, but you, the Kiyati, but then she had to leave to help other agencies. For shipwreck, for the non-profit. For the what the area to be next. I know it's not the new directives. That she came in with a shortage. I think Johnson wants to see. Although the other one with questions, National Proton Museum Corporate. As you can't unfortunately. It is a cliche enough. Museum is called the museum is not just for the public. The museum is for the people, the nation, the 50 states. How the war was won, simply use of our language. Because Nagsabon na kami after the language ano, bayata. So, ito chapter, language, ito. Nakasun na sa, Polish after North. And they would take it on. Joda, Ahoda, Craig AI is see. Nikado, so just case, budget finance. AI is basically so those are the main point basic goals. I see that lead orient your leadership towards supporting code officers. I know there's support out there. I feel up to date something like this is a hard beach cable that support vision.
Yeah, thank you for providing the comments and sharing the priorities of Northern Agency, right? Northern Agency Veterans Organization. Thank you. I'm going to, for your first question on the $1.7 million shortfall, I'm going to ask Mr. Willie, do you have any background information on the deficit in the Veterans Administration's budget, or any history behind the question? Mr. Jimmy?
Thank you for that question. So, as I was explaining in the example, last year, that pot of money, the way it was allocated was more towards reinvestment than it was to the administration. So there was no shortfall. There's no money that the veterans lost last year. It was just that less money was given towards the veterans program, and that difference, that amount, was given to reinvestment as to be reinvested in the trust fund. And if the current legislation as it reads now with the current plus the amendments, then that's going to be the same process that I walked through with the examples. And unless you guys do that amendment, that proposed amendment, and that takes less away from reinvestment and gives it back to the programs. So that's where it's at right now. So there wasn't a shortfall, there was no loss, it was just that the money was redirected from veterans programs to reinvestment. So it went back into, added to the principal.
So that latest calculation that you all did, rules legislation, that passes, then they have a shortfall.
Mr. Jimmy stated that that $1.7 million, it was added back to the principal. So in the, I guess I'm going to direct the question back to Mr. Jimmy. So that 1.7 is already a part of the Veterans Trust Fund. So that's already how it sits. But are you asking whether there is going to be more money allocated to the program? I guess, could you clarify your question?
I'm just saying that, are we going to be short again this year? But according to Jenny, the last year more money was diverted to investment. I think this is the new legislation that you're talking about. On your calculation, the one on the right side, it puts less money in the investment. So that way, we're not going to be short. So does that mean that the council has to pass that, the right side, first?
Mr. Jimmy?
Yes, sir. That's what that means, that the amendment will need to go through the proper approval and then get codified in the Navigation Code so that we'll use that calculation that is built into that amendment that you saw on the right-hand side.
Mr. Jimmy, regarding the amendments that the veterans are referring to, could you explain to them the final authority and the process of that legislation?
Ajwa?
Okay, I believe Ms. Nakai said the final authorities council. Okay, so it is an amendment to the code, so it'll come before all the council delegates. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And then members of Budget and Finance, do we have any other further questions? I believe, actually, I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Francisco for the request that we made earlier today regarding the Western Agency Veterans Organization over-expenditure. Nanette, are you online?
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair, this is Nanette with the 1B.
Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, I redid the worksheet, and the reason that that amount was 169,868 is I forgot to put the negative amount on there. So the program is over-expending, and that was explained by Ms. Baldwin earlier. And there was a question from Delegate Damon on the Veterans Trust Home balances. I also added that at the bottom. The business unit is N01504, Veterans Trust Home. The budget available is the budget amount is $8,078,067. Their actual expenditures is $2,535,449.62. Encumbrance is $4,795,842.85. The budget available is $746,774.53.
Ms. Francisco, can you email that document to the Budget and Finance Committee? Nanette, can you email that to Ms. Nakai and the Budget and Finance Committee so we can have the report in front of us? And then we will also print out that report for those in attendance. We do see it on Zoom, so thank you. We do see it on Zoom, so thank you for sharing your screen.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will send it to Peggy through the email. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. I have a question on the Veterans Trust Fund housing. It says that there's, did she say there's $2 million left in there? I don't have that. It was up on the screen. But I guess my question, there's $4 million, $4+ million that's allocated in there, and for that's encumbered. My question to Ms. Baldwin is, if you don't have the answers today, if we could get this in writing, where are those encumbrances? Those $4 million in encumbrances under the Veterans Trust Fund housing program. And are those with contractors? Are those with, I know that at one time the Veterans Administration was saying that they have contracts with modular building companies. I don't know if that's with that, or if they have contracts with Southwest India Foundation to build out these homes. But where is that $4 million in encumbrance? And is that just one big contract, or is that multiple different contracts that your organization is working with those encumbrances? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. While we wait for Nanette's email, I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I appreciate the question. I will get the answer for you. I will pull the budget for this particular account for housing, and I will give you a more concise breakdown with more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. I'm actually going to ask if you can prepare that report for April 4th, the next regular Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Colleagues, do we have any other questions? Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. There's $8 million in there that's allocated. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Nanette, is that the allocation that was, when was the last allocation deposited into that account? When was the last deposit? From what fiscal year? That's my question to yourself, Ms. Francisco.
Nanette, I'm going to turn the time over to you to answer Speaker Damon's question.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the allocation for fiscal year 2023 is $4,331,607. And for FY22, there was an allocation of $3,746,460. There, before this, that veterans home was in 5 business units, and it was consolidated into one, which is N01504. And before the 5 agencies, it was actually in the individual chapter account. So this was consolidated from the chapters into the 5 agencies. Then from the 5 agencies, it was consolidated into one business unit. OMB is still in the process of transferring those 5 agencies back into that one business unit N01504. So there's about 12 million that needs to be deposited into that account.
Thank you very much, Annette. So there's 12 million. Okay, now I understand why you're saying you can't put an exact number together. If the veterans are asking for an exact number, we're asking for an exact number. Ms. Francisco, how long is it going to take for your organization working together not only with the Controller's Office, but with the Veterans Administration to consolidate to get an accurate amount of funding that's in there? And then separately from that, with the consolidation of these programs, back to Mr. Toomey, the second follow-up question is, are these funds just sitting, are they actually in a trust fund? Well, I know they're in a trust fund, but are they being, are they deposited into a long-term investment? Or are they in Wells Fargo making 0.0000 buck to nothing % on a daily basis? That's my question.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Jimmy.
Thank you for that question. As mentioned before, The cash management plan is to keep it long-term investment as long as possible. So that's where it's currently sitting at. We do have an account at Wells Fargo, but there's, as far as I know right now, there's nothing that was put in there. So everything is kept long-term, both for the Veterans Administration and for the Veterans Housing Program. So both programs, our side is the Veterans Program, the Veterans Trust Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I'm going to ask Ms. Francisco also to respond to Speaker Damon's question regarding the amount of time it will take OMB. And Mr. Bial, I know that you're on the call as well. I'd like a response from OMB regarding the amount of time that this will take for accurate numbers to be received and that the Navajo Nation can use and report to the veterans.
Madam Chair, this is Nanette with OMB again.
Go ahead, Nanette.
One of the accounts, which is the Eastern, from the 5 agencies, it has a negative amount, and so we were trying to figure out how to carry that negative amount into the new business unit N01504. And we need to get with Robert Willie on how we can do that. Once we get that, then we can transfer all 5 agencies into the new business unit number. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. Again, both to OOC and OMB, Budget and Finance Committee is requesting a response, a number by April 4th at our next regular Budget and Finance Committee meeting. I'm going to ask if Speaker Damon has any other further follow-up questions.
Thank you very much, and this is the reason why I know the veterans are asking how much money's in there, and that $8 million number is not right. With that deposit that's going to go in there, and I'm glad you're here, Ms. Baldwin, because if you don't have these players this coming Friday, you're not going to get anywhere with the delegates, and you might get beat up. I'm just letting you know. With the delegates trying to get information from you next Friday, I mean, on the 31st, 30th, because if this information that we're asking of right now is a preliminary remarks and trying to maybe help assist you in getting some of these questions, I think the overall goal now is to really try to see if we can, one, how these funds are really trying to be administered when Ms. Baldwin and her team don't have an accurate number of funds going forward on how we can go ahead and supplement some of these services going in the direct amount. So then my follow-up question back, I guess just trying to hear from Ms. Baldwin's position. I don't know if these contracts that are currently in place, are they contracts that are from past years that have been in place when the delegated funds were moved from a central agency location to the 5 agencies and now consolidated back, or these contracts that have happened in the $4 million encumbrance, is that something that's from last year moving into this year? That's my question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Madam Chair. To the best of my knowledge, these are accounts that are currently inactive. There's no expenditures tied to them, and the budget revision request was sent to OMB sometime in late January, and there's been no feedback on when this particular budget transfer would be finalized. So to the best of my knowledge, the budget transfer accounts that we're speaking of, those are pretty much at a standstill. Now with the main housing account, that one is currently being utilized with one contractor, to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Speaker Damon?
My follow-up question is, who is that contractor, or which organization is that? And with the options that you have, is that contract until these homes are completed, or is that contract for A&E work or construction, or what is the contract specifically for? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. The contract is with the Sparrow Group, which is the housing contractor out of Albuquerque. And having met with them just in the past few weeks, they were unaware, or they had shared that they were unaware that the audit corrective action plan was to be addressed prior to any new construction. However, they did build 2 new homes, and they are about halfway through with the renovation of the veterans' homes that were specifically stated in the audit findings. And they have 63 more homes to address the CAT 2. So to the best of my knowledge right now, from what I have and based off of the meeting that I've had with them and with the housing program supervisor, they are currently addressing the caps for those homes.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Speaker Damon, do you have any follow-up questions?
Okay. Now this is opening up another question for your response, and thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin. So you're saying the contract as currently in place isn't to build specifically new homes? This is a contract that is in place to rebuild or build the homes that were found out to be or that were incomplete or had problems back under the 2016 or 2017 audit. Is that correct?
Ms. Baldwin?
Yes, Speaker. However, once the homes have the cap addressed, then the contractor was then able to proceed with new construction. And this is based on the way I've read and understood the audit findings.
Okay.
Speaker Damon?
I'm good for now. Well, I think.
Thank you. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other further questions? Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Per the question regarding the Western Agency over-expenditure, I did review that particular account while we were here in discussion. And for the month of October, 179 people had received payments for $1,000. For the month of November, 190 people received payments for $1,000. For the month of December, 14 people received payments for $1,000. And for the month of January, 1 person had received $1,000. So that is all self-help payments for that particular general fund account, and it's not tied to any new construction to any home. Those are all individual payments. Thank you.
To clarify, Ms. Baldwin, was that provided, and what is the source that was provided?
That is through the general ledger through FMIS.
Members of Budget and Finance, do we have any other questions?
I would like to request the closing remarks on behalf of the President, Vice President. Thank you.
Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other questions? Speaker Damon?
I have a question that goes back, not specifically away from, thank you, Madam Chair, for setting up the timeline between OMB and OSC for us to go ahead and get the real numbers, and how much money is in the housing allocation for under the Veterans Trust Fund. And I do believe it was stated that that's April 4th, right?
Yes.
Yeah, April 4th. Okay, great. Now, moving away from the Veterans Housing Program, there's specific questions that we have, I know, that will be identified towards the Veterans Trust Fund allocations and going down that path, I think, but I think that's a topic for another day, and talking about amendments that are a possibility, just as Mr. Todichini just clarified the request for possibly adding in surviving siblings or surviving kids in the amendments, and there's probably other amendments. I know that some of the other amendments that are going through right now at agency levels are going through that process to clarify. But back to the question that specifically at hand that we're talking about is, we're talking about the funding, the specific funding for this. There's two considerations that I think there's a follow-up. One is that what is the position of the Veterans Administration currently regarding moving forward with the amendment that was requested from the last director, and the one that Honorable Slater just now asked Department of Justice to go ahead and release him, because he is going to request to drop that amendment. Is that something that the current Veterans Administration is in place of and are in support of? That's my one question to yourself, Ms. Baldwin. The second question goes back to Mr. Jimmy. There's a lot of questions too as well that comes out for the veterans regarding about their investment portfolio. One question I did forget to answer of you this morning, that's always a question, is about how does the Navajo Nation gaming investment, a direct investment, tie into the overall trust fund? And given that explanation, I think one of the scenarios as well is if you could include that's something that is always talked of, and I know a lot of veterans have questions, and it's really good to see if we could get the information in place to explain to the veterans when you do have that explanation in the future, that work session specifically to all veterans. That would be really good to attach or have that specifics in your presentation too as well, in order to give that update. And maybe you could just give an overall brief executive summary to the current veterans that are on the call now, and then the ones that are here in the chambers, about how that direct investment is tied to the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. So those are my two questions at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to ask Ms. Baldwin to respond to Speaker Damon's question.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I appreciate the question. Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to my stance on the calculation for the Veterans Trust Fund, at the current moment, with the high cost of living, and with the way the stock market has been performing within the past few years, I'd like to say 3 years and forward, I am more in favor of the current calculation, where there is more of a reinvestment back into the Veterans Trust Fund. That is my current stance on that particular issue. Thank you, Speaker, for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. And Mr. Jimmy, to the second part of Speaker Damon's question.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll include that into that training session that we'll have for the veterans program. The direct investment. So the way the gaming loan works is there's a long history behind it. So each individual site had their own loan documents, which was financed through either debt, meaning we gave them money, they owe us back in interest, or it was given in equity, meaning we invest in you, you give us a share of your revenue. And so all of the sites were created, and then it was becoming a little too complicated to track all of those investments. And so what they did back in 2012 was they consolidated all of the accounts into one loan, one fixed income loan. And so that was the consolidation in 2012. Back in, say, maybe 2009, the investment committee at that time had the investment policy, master investment policy that governs the investment section and investment committee. Sorry. And so at that time, they got guidance that they were able to fund the build of the gaming facilities with the nation's money and the master trust. And so the veterans is part of the master trust. It's not the only one that's in the master trust, but it's a significant player in the master trust overall. And so all these different funds within the master trust, they took principal money from there, and that's how they built these casinos, which is now consolidated in the 2012 consolidation. They brought all of them to one payment, and they were keeping up with those payments until, let's say, about 2015, and then they hit some type of a hardship because the interest rate that was on that loan was a little too steep for them. I believe it was at 16%, and so they wanted to restructure the loan, which brings us to 2018. And at that time, the investment committee lowered the interest rate that was aligned with our expected returns for the investment portfolio. So according to our investment portfolio and policy, it states that the direct investment needs to provide a return of an average of the 5 or 10 year. And at that time, it was, I don't know where it was at exactly, but it was enough to give the gaming enterprise a 6.22% interest rate. So it came down from 16% from 2012 down to 6% in 2018. And then NNGE Gaming Enterprise was making payments on that, and then COVID hit, and they went into another round of hardship. And at that time, they needed a what we call a forbearance, meaning not to make payments while they're struggling. So during that forbearance period, the interest wouldn't accrue, meaning it wouldn't get bigger, or wouldn't compound, meaning we're not taking interest on interest, and that we recognize their hardship and that we're going to go ahead and wait for payment until later, but the amount that they owe us would still be there that they need to owe us. And so now we are currently in talks with them and the investment committee, who's an advisory committee to the budget and finance committee, to restart that loan back up with the gaming facility enterprise. And that's where we're at right now as far as the gaming enterprise. Let me see if I can find an amount for you. Yeah, I'm trying to clip something. Sorry about that.
While Mr. Jimmy is looking up the information, I just wanted to make a housekeeping comment for those that are in the chamber, that there are restrooms on the side and the female restrooms are on the side. Just wanted to let you know. Does Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie have a question at this time?
Thank you, Chair and Budget and Finance Committee. I appreciate that we're able to talk about our veterans. I know for me, in my communities, I represent Dalcon, Tisto, Indian Wells, White Cone, and Greasewood. I am meeting with my veterans at their meetings, and a lot of them do have questions about how our finances or their finances are looking. And I know some of the comments that they give me is that they want services before anything tragic happens to them. So that's kind of been a theme that I've been hearing a lot, and I'm very glad that I get to listen in on what's happening with the finances that are supposed to go to help them. So I'm learning as much as I can. So after this meeting, I know I missed parts of it, but I will go back and continue to learn more from all of you. So I appreciate for the time. Yeah. Oh, let me say my clans. I'm sorry. I always forget our protocol. Yeah, the SHA, when I got in Schledo, what's on the Abash's chain, do Twitchine, Dasha do Ashiha Dashanella, and I'm originally from Delcon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is also the Vice Chair of Law and Order Committee, and she's here today with us. So thank you for being present. We're going to have a follow-up meeting about the Veterans Trust Fund on April 4th at our regular meeting. And at that time, the OMB and OOC and the Veterans Administration will have a more detailed report. But as you know, that the 25th Navajo Nation Council is invited to meet with the Veterans Administration at the end of this month. So thank you for being here. Mr. Jimmy, do you have the documents you need? Okay. I'm going to turn the time back over to Mr. Jimmy.
So, at this current moment, the amount that the veterans had invested into gaming direct investment is, where is it at? Oh, there it is. $4,849,094.67. So that makes up 2.54% of the amount that was invested in the gaming facilities. So every time they make a payment, we use that same percentage amount, 2.54%, and that's how much we pay against the principal, and it's also how much we pay against the interest, and that interest is what you guys use in your budgeting as well, interest revenue. So, but because they haven't made payments since 2020, the current amount owed to veterans in interest is $830,587.67. How much principal is needed to pay back to the veterans and the time that they've been in this forbearance since 2020 is $440,826.93. And that is the veterans' participation in the direct investment gaming loan. I do not have the original balances. I'm still working on that one, but these are the current balances as of right now. And I believe that completes my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Can you also, I guess, maybe I can, but or I'm gonna actually maybe just turn back over the time to Mr. Jimmy to maybe explain the status, the current status of the Navajo gaming loan and what forbearance means and what at this time, just for our audience today. Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah, our current forbearance agreement is to end at the end of June. So as we're at the table with NNGE, we have a deadline at the end of June to get them back into a repayment status, or we got to enter into a new forbearance agreement for a certain time again. But as of right now, the current forbearance, which means that they are not required to make payment and principal or interest to their senior loan, but the amounts that is owed to the nation that they're missing is still accumulating and is still going to be required at when they start back up their loan after the forbearance period ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I believe Vice Chair Slater has a question.
Thank you. My question is for Director Baldwin, and it is whether your office currently supports the current position that was expressed from the President's office of moving to a 1% interest rate on the gaming loan, and then forgiving the interest accrued since the forbearance period began back in 2020 at the start of COVID. Because that would, I think, dramatically reduce the amount that's going to be paid back to the Veterans Trust Fund, which then would diminish the amount of funding that we'll have annually to pay out to our veterans as a part of the Assistance in Housing Program. Thank you.
Vice Chair Slater, could you explain, or I guess maybe expand on the stance that the President took during the Investment Committee meeting?
Yeah, it was a work session, but it was the Chief of Staff who was speaking on behalf of the President and said that they accepted the terms of the gaming proposal. And I don't think that we can share the full terms of that right now. It's not something that I'm in favor of, but he said that he supported the full proposal, and a part of that was moving to a 1% interest rate and forgiving all the $34 million and the interest that's been accrued since whatever month it was in 2020 that the loan went into forbearance. And so, you know, Mr. Jimmy just expressed what the history of the loan and where it was drawn upon, the original interest rate and then the reduction in interest rate. And so it's sitting at 6.22%.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. The current loan is 6.22%, and the proposal is to reduce it to 1%. Ms. Baldwin, I'm going to turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Slater. I appreciate the question. With this particular concern, I've not had the chance to discuss this further with the Chief of Staff or with President. And once I am able to sit down and discuss with them this particular idea or this particular proposal, then I'll have a better answer. But as of right now, I'm not aware of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Jimmy, would that proposal mean that the $800,000 that the NNG loan would be, that would be the, I guess, the Veterans Administration? What would happen to that money? For clarification.
Thank you for that question. You're asking about the outstanding accrued interest, right? Yes, so the current proposed term that was submitted to us was to forgive the outstanding interest. And so $871,595 is what is owed in interest to the Veterans Program. And if they go through with waiving the accrued interest, then that would go to a zero value, and we would, at OOC, would have to write off the overall outstanding accrued interest within the various sub-trusts that participated in the direct investment loan. And so that would mean waiving the $871,000 that is due to the veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other questions? I see none from the members, but I do see one in the audience. Yes? Thank you. I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated prior, I was not aware of this information. It was not conveyed to me. But once I receive the information, of course, I will convey this information to our veterans for them to be able to weigh in on this and get their feedback as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other questions? Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. I guess moving towards the follow-ups that we're having, I know that we're having a follow-up on the positioning of the Veterans Administration regarding the 50-50 formula allocation that's coming out. My question back to you, Mr. Jimmy, is let's say the administration, I'm trying to put this in a time frame scenario. When are you estimating the time that you're going to release the amount of funding, the allocation amounts from the Veterans Trust Fund? Is that like at the end of April, the beginning of May, the end of this month, the beginning of April? And that from that point, that will give us direction if Honorable Slater is going to run with his amendment request in order for us to be in that time to be in stance for that time frame. So I'm just looking at that, and then that's when we'll know to get a response from Ms. Baldwin and her team as well, because I know that's a huge decision that's going to be made. The veterans want to know what kind of allocation is it going to be this year. Is it going to be a 50-50 formula, or is it going to be going off the veterans numbers? And I can honestly say on the record right now, I'm currently against the veteran numbers, and the reason why is because we don't know. There's no accurate count of veterans out there, and that's something I think that should be something you should put on one of your priority listings, Ms. Baldwin, if that isn't already. And I know it's probably going to even might take additional funding to do that, to hire people to do that, to do recruitments out there to make up those numbers, and maybe say, okay, if we're going to go down that path to do it on veteran, the accurate veteran numbers account, let's say from now till next year, let's start getting, if your team could put together access for veterans to go ahead and see give them a year to put those numbers together, and then in the meantime go forth with that, and then from there we can know what I don't think you'll ever get a true accurate veteran account, just like you can. I don't think we're ever going to get a true veterans or voter registration count at the chapters, but one of the big reasons why is incentive wise. You've seen that with the hardship numbers. We garnered 100,000 more Navajos overnight just because the hardship checks were going out. So if there's a beneficiary mechanism for that too as well, that needs to be put together to help assist for in researching to try to get an accurate veterans count. I think that's something. I don't know if your team's working on that or if that's something the administration's going to be working on, but maybe just give an oversight, because that has a direct impact on allocation too as well. So those are just follow-up questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the Veterans Census, that is something that is specifically stated in the Veterans Act and as one of the duties for the Executive Director, and we do have every intention to doing this. And as stated before, with the additional positions that are going to be requested, that's where we're going to need you as council delegates, your assistance to drive home our success for our veterans. Our veterans have these health needs, our veterans have these educational needs, our veterans have these financial assistance needs, but without your support to approve the additional funding to get these accurate numbers, and again, statistics driven, and that's exactly what we're talking about with the controller's office, OMB's office, is we are going to be statistics driven, and to get these accurate statistics, we need to have the financial support for our upcoming budget to support these individuals who will be able to get these veteran census, to get the educational specialists on board. Once we get a more concise veteran census, then we can support our request for additional funding from the federal VA, and possibly to get a VA hospital here on Navajo. But without statistics and the reports from such individuals, we don't have that weight right now, and that's why a veteran census is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. For the record, Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels is also in the chambers with us. Yes, I believe we had a question on this side of the room. Please state your name for the record.
Trust fund negi kwaya 2 years ago the organization because it was by veteran population only. Of course, we got the great area. Organization that was we didn't have anything on it, just the veterans. 5 of our veterans took $1,800. It almost wiped out my other veterans assistant. Even out of Chicago, but I'm needed for my veterans. I had say up 12 veterans meeting had meeting on February 6th. So we put out a resolution. We'll put back on the 50-50, where it covers all the veterans, plus the gray area right there. The supply, it distribute evenly to all the veterans at the chapter level. You want partners, all the guys in the according to the carry over out of the Tanas data, out of what I was in the country dynasty. Of course, for the other chapter, the bigger chapter, they wanted veterans population because they have more veterans. It's not fair for the other chapter to have less veterans. We want all of them to go across the board 50-50. Ako tayo masaw no nante ako asos nanta finigi yego kapan fok chestide chisizino era tuona ni veteran behind me no yati a samda tegi cross namonation ako bini not agi on the federal side. Yes, we defend our country. Our chances, our freedom, but within the Navajo Nation boundary, we defended all those sacred areas that we Navajo people enjoy and live every day to see it, like Monday Valley. About the hotel now, and again, don't ask you to chat the work in the hour, Tawadi, on the house. That is looking for tourists interested in the get. The ship a chance. Karo out niya an hi homeland even na sokolita na profession ni asa ko 50-50 ko na ko thank you.
Thank you to the Veterans Commander from Teyatwa. Members of Budget and Finance Committee or any delegates in the room, would you like to ask any further questions to the Office of the Comptroller, to Office of Management and Budget, or to the Veterans Administration at this time? Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. I think the first thing I want to say is that I understand, Director, that you do not want to pursue any amendments to the veterans policy right now for how the trust fund payments are calculated. And I'll let you know that right now, I don't agree with that position because it will mean a dramatic underfunding of the Veterans Assistance Program. And that funding is going to be reinvested into the account, as you were saying. And, you know, I made the point last year, okay, let's go ahead and reinvest that money and we'll make a one-time allocation to get us up to the numbers on par from the year before. And I supported that instead of trying to do some sort of legislative fix at the time, one, because of the complexity, and two, because the market was down. And I thought that providing that set aside, you know, will give us a little one-time bump. If we end up going down the path of reducing the amount of assistance funding, we already know there's going to be a tremendous amount of political pressure to allocate additional general fund monies or Navajo Nation Permanent Trust Fund interest income to help make whole the program and to get it on par with where it was, say, in fiscal year 22. And I think that that's double dipping. We have a trust fund for a reason, and the purpose is to provide a stream of funding for the assistance program and the housing program. So, you know, my sincere ask is that you and the administration reconsider that position at this time. And I am going to move forward with the amendment, and I welcome any sort of thoughts, edits, amendments to the amendment, however makes sense. But just please, you know, provide them as soon as you possibly can, or what the official position is of yourself and the president. Because I will not support additional funding allocations beyond what the purpose is of the Veterans Trust Fund. Right now, we're $40 million in the hole. We're using $40 million in permanent trust fund income to make our budget whole. And what we do with all of these trust funds is that we divide our people up into saying, you know, you're worthy of this, you're worthy of that, you've earned this, you've earned that. And I really want us to think more holistically about how, as a people, we need to meet the basic human rights and material needs: housing, shelter, broadband, water, electricity, and those things. And that is how I see us all, as equal. But we have this fund in place for a reason. It's to help meet those needs for our veterans. And I don't think it's appropriate to continue to make additional allocations out of the general fund when we're in such a resource-constrained environment. I'd rather it come from the Veterans Trust Fund and allow there to be responsible growth, you know, setting aside that 2%. And then we can continue to make the allocations for the assistance program and for the housing program. Because by not investing, that means we're going to have to come up with the money somewhere. Sorry, by not amending, we're going to have to come up with that money somewhere. And that's going to mean, you know, taking from one of the other limited dollars we have. Second, in terms of the 50-50 formula, it was determined that that is inconsistent with Navajo Nation statutory language, and so it was inappropriately used for decades, I suppose, in the distribution of Veterans Trust Fund monies. And so, in addition to that, over the past at least 2 years, there was a protocol by which the individual chapter veterans organizations and the agencies would decide how they wanted to move forward. And that was based off of a vote of the commanders at the agency veterans councils. So the agency had an opportunity to decide how they were going to divvy up their funding. Were they going to keep it in a one pot? Were they going to do distributions among the chapters? And then they even permitted within that, because there was a count that was used, on how they're going to do that distribution among the chapters. So then the chapters would help submit those budgets as well in that process. Now, we can't go back to the 50-50 formula without changing the statute. And I can tell you right now that I'm not going to be supportive of changing the statute, because we're going to be enshrining law that's not based on data. And it's not based on anything except for speculation. The logical conclusion of that process was millions of dollars that would remain in accounts within particular chapter budgets, and they couldn't be liberated for use for veterans outside of that. So you have 50-50 distributions where the chapter veterans organization would end up getting way more money than the veterans that were there, and the monies could not be drawn down out of those accounts to help with veterans in other areas who weren't able to qualify because of that 50-50 formula, where the number of veterans in that area who were registered with the nation were not able to receive funding. So it's convenient for understanding things, but it's not convenient at the end of the day, because we end up with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars sitting in accounts that don't end up contributing to helping our people and helping our veterans. So I really hope that we don't return to that, because one, I think it's illegal, and that's what the Department of Justice has said. And then two, it ends up hurting our veterans across the board because we don't get as many veterans assisted as possible. If you're keeping $1 in an account, that means it's not going into a veteran's account. It's not going to their gas. It's not going to the assistance that they need. In addition to that, I think that the policy that the last director had come to on permitting the agencies and then the chapters to figure out whether, how they're going to divvy things up was good, because it provided the most amount of local autonomy and it allowed the agencies and the chapters to make those decisions. The money, I think, was still maintained at the agency business unit level, but they had a division and an accounting that we saw at the HES committee on how that money was broken down. You can look at the veterans who have received assistance historically within a particular area, whether it's by the agency or the individual chapters. And that gives you a picture on how to do that breakdown. So I disagree with saying there is no veterans count. There is existing veterans data on the registration. And in the past 3 years, the previous HES committee and myself, we worked really hard to try and include legislative concerns and then conditions on appropriation to encourage and try to mandate a veterans count and then provide carryover funding for such purpose. That was done to an extent. It wasn't perfect. There wasn't as much outreach, I think, say at the Phoenix, Denver, Chicago, Los Angeles, and the urban settings as we would like. But one of the limitations and one of the features that's built in is that when you had it confined to chapter distribution and chapter resolution, et cetera, from the, not chapter resolution, but chapter veterans organization, it ended up limiting the amount of assistance that veterans who are not registered with individual chapters can receive. And the way that this trust fund is written is that it's not exclusively for Navajos who are registered with chapters or chapter veterans organizations. It's for Navajo veterans who are enrolled members of the Navajo Nation who have served their country. And so by these policies, we end up limiting, that veteran who maybe has become disconnected. Maybe they were an urban Navajo. It's my opinion that they have every right to receive assistance from this funding as well. And we need to consider them and make sure they're included. I know there's a lot of arguments saying, well, they should register with the chapter and identify that as well. We don't put those preconditions on other types of assistance, the low-income heating assistance program or other things like that. This is one area where we enforce that upon our people to try and receive financial assistance that they're owed based off the laws that have been established. And we can disagree on, whether they should have to register with a chapter veterans organization or not, but the way that it's written in the law right now is that that shouldn't be a requirement. So this is complex, there's a lot of different issues, and I really hope that we can come to some understanding that continues to provide that flexibility at the agency and the chapter level, the chapter veterans organization level, that we use the data that exists, and that in the areas where there are veterans within particular chapters that consistently are not able to obtain funding, that we revisit how we calculate things. But, at the end of the day, there is a finite amount of funding, and it goes out the door. Those chapters that are closest to the agency capitals, or whatever we'll call them, the Crown Points, the Chinleys, the, Fort and Winterocks, Tuba City, et cetera, they're the ones who end up being able to get access to the forms and submit, fill them in, and get that through faster. And that's just a material fact of how a lot of these things have worked historically. And so those of us who have chapter veterans organizations that are in more outlying rural areas, not that Chinle isn't rural, but Rough Rock and Rock Point are a little bit different than Chinle. they end up having to travel farther, and it's a little, oftentimes our veterans are disadvantaged because they don't make it to the agency office in time, because there is a finite amount of funding, and that's always going to be the case. So we're not always going to be able to make everyone happy, but I just hope that we use data, we use our intelligence, and that we produce decisions that are compassionate and recognize that, we should have a broad potential access to this benefit. But at the same time, we may and will fall short depending on how much funding is available in a given year. And that's the same fact that we have as a nation. This government can't print money. And if we act like we think we can, we're going to be broke before we can even finish these sentences. So thank you very much, and I really look forward to your leadership, and I'm excited about all the things that you brought forward today and how you're going to make change, but I think just restore some good sensibility to our veterans program. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, we have Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good afternoon, Kudo. Madam Chair, Kudo, Budget and Finance Committee, Arunda, Kudo, members of, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, yeah, Kudo, Arunda, Kudo, Vice Chair of Law and Order Committee, yes, yeah, thank you. Arunda and his staff, Kudo, Kudo, Executive Director, Washington, Kudo, Herman Daniels, Jr., I don't know, but Annie. I don't care that she need a share. Who had Lenny that should say, as God so it as another home. I don't know, I've been listening to the conversation today, and I don't hear Yakwaki. Kudo, here's a last so no slanigi. I'll say, yeah, I can't get a dish, Kudo. I don't use a yego, Kudo, Naka Hens, and Kudo. Ako hinana siya dasla. AIC here, I don't have channel other nada. Banana should dish, ako. Ako, Kudo. I hit Nahan Kudo, Nagai Trust Fund, Veterans Trust Fund. Zada Hashita Zada Hashita and Nail in the. Do I see Baka yet and Hadlana Conrade and Naz Ande. Nagai them at the grassroots level, the veterans and that, and he's a lot so and that created a core. Actually, the Queen of Nigo, Quado Shink, a Quado, Anana Zak, or the director, a core. I see how it got he's a lot so. I can lay the chapters that I represent out of the Western Agency and other throughout Navajo Nation, what they call. I'll say, Hawan I see a kajo patins and ho. Shatna ziniki bagand with a halnoda. Adonana Shatna ziniki Hawan, Shabagan or Tietaso Shan dot ash da no that Jehda neho. So what that ego quado a babansas case of Hodo Adonana Quadoshnat and Shenigi Quado Budget and Finance Committee to Quadoban Hitlahan Neko. The Veterans Trust Fund. Beso jo ekojaba asati passen nelho arona kodos set aside ekodo nagaidam betsa ni jo beso yahan ta oi nagai set aside ilse e beso be hin ta ko di hot eko Veterans Trust Fund arona Permanent Trust Fund land acquisition trust fund that egi ilse beso be hin ta arona jun ta hinta kodo be nail na sho a koko kodo nagaida 50-50 formula no yahan natsi kodo Zata Quadota in Zenigit as that Epaban's case Quadona Gaidam. I know that the last council, 24th council, Delegate Key Ellen Begay, I see Quadona Haya Yashtigo a whole Jijo 23rd council, 24th council, Atlahagi no copes on it Nayot Lito. Ako Ehotan Tashil Neshako, Ako this street quite whole just. I on how take the Lachait I see Papa bashed at all, Nila bashed at the Nilan soy, Baban's case was that did because the last son Lenigi akon reit nas ad hot en reidam zada khashita ba nail inde to at abakha yeta na halna ko akon reida 50-50 formula ni de got huilian shitla to la bakha yeta to lesnana akhot ko arunana ko don re peso nan te ki ko do jo kare ne agency aja e peso e nas na la ho akoko na reida the last council with that lot and the great chapters go peso nas na de ko la hot an khan dat leta no e ko do yesh ha dat ze lo ko do na great throughout the Navajo nation an a great chapter peso nas na go ya ta e so jono chinil in that no de yesh ta hal na ko aronan sa e ko ja yeta na na ga agency the peso nas na ta penel tendo ta chinil over betenil nada no da yeshtal na ko so kodo na redo bansas keso kodo I see kodo papa yel tio shine bo big gans no ko na not ani nit lenigi kodo the 25th Navajo Nation Council kodo whether we're on a budget and finance committee RDC LOC HES committee da ani kodo papa yel tio shi o ya shat ayat eko e aja pepeso non te ki pepeso sen le ki pe ka na al ko to le so pa sas keso yes ta ti de pa ko na gaida I appreciate the meeting today ko the work session ko na gaida with them because last so on lengi so idiot o ta pa ha si to le ko ta shananta na lengi ko do arona na ko do shi a shi ko do e abenail na sto le ko arona na ko do ai ati de sa to le sa ba ha ko we're going to have more meetings with veterans. So the idiot Madam Chair, Shama. Thank you.
Shiaj, Delegate Herman Daniels, thank you for being here today. Members, or anybody from the 25th Navajo Nation Council, do we have any further comments? If not, I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Baldwin for any closing response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable delegates, I appreciate the time and the questions you've given me and some of the ideas and recommendations you've provided. Again, I will be sharing this information with our veterans. I will be seeking the guidance from Chief of Staff, Office of the President, Vice President, President Dr. Nygren, and of course, Madam Vice President, to get their input and to get their thoughts on these issues and to gain the information that has not yet been shared with me due to their pressing schedules that they've been encountering as well. But above all, working with our veterans and understanding what their needs at the grassroots level is and continue to be. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. I'd like to remind OMB that we will be, Ms. Nakai will be sending an email out regarding the April 4th meeting, and also Ms. Baldwin, you're in attendance today, and Ms. Nakai is our advisor who works with the Budget and Finance Committee. So be on the lookout for her emails in regards to the next meeting. Tomorrow we have a Budget and Finance regular meeting in our conference room tomorrow at 10 a.m. and those will be different topics for tomorrow. And I thank you all to the veterans for being here today. Thank
Mr. Begay has his hand out. Thank you. My name is Darlene Pino, Nazi-san Chapter Vice President.
Okay, I'm just gonna make a clarification. So today we were actually in the Navajo Nation Council chambers, and the way that our staff is positioned, the staff didn't notify me of the people that were online, so I apologize that now because now I have the cell phone in my hand and I see whose hands are raised, so I couldn't see myself who had their hands raised on Zoom, so I apologize. But yes, we'd like to give time to the Veterans Commander.
Jeff, I believe she's giving you the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I can't lock Nanta. I don't know the response under no single. Guys, no Sangi, Carl Slater, and Mr. Azarette. I don't know that she Herman Daniel Sr. I don't know that guys, no Sangi, Salat Sort. Could be as a knock and hard with the I don't wish they would see what they were here. As I need to his own cheese. Based on the base on hard days or double nature. Now to and I want to thank all of you for your concern and your good words in regard to all of our contributions to this fabulous country, where we have our sacred mountains, our sacred rivers, and the very air we breathe. Today, so a few comments I'd like to make from listening to your discussion here. The presentations that were given, I think I can understand why there's so much confusion that are being presented in complicated calculations, and I see the balance and today he presented here. I have a degree based on Veterans GI Bill, but I took accounting and then also management and some business classes. Even I have trouble understanding some of those complicated formulas. How do we expect our leadership that have not had the background and experience to understand and make decisions for us veterans? We have rather uneducated, illiterate background. Because it's a complication that we have, it's a reality we have. We got to deal with what we have. The reason why is because that money is not getting out, like Herman Daniel said. because of the complication between the chapter CVO funding and the lay agency trust funds. We don't get the money because we don't have computers, we don't have internet service. Tuba City is not a Western agency, and we don't have the gas money for that. We have health issues. So making it less complicated, we can't even have good meetings in our veterans commanders meetings. Internet when we have meetings with our Western agency, it is not as good. I don't know why. The wrong link, the wrong service. I have been able to attend a lot of these meetings because of that. We don't have computers. Veterans meeting at the chapter level. So those kind of issues are present at the local level in the communication network. I'm hearing discussion about refunding the CVOs at the chapter level. Here at our chapter, we have problems trying to get funding through the supplemental funds, veteran supplemental funds. And they need it takes 2 months. A set planning committee the veterans CVO I know that we got to take it to the planning committee that we take it to the chapter meeting. It's submitted for a check approval. The whole process takes about 2 months. By that time, your emergency is well past what it should be, and you're either worse off or else you got services somewhere else. The chapter, the agency funding, it takes at least 2 weeks to a month, and sometimes less than that. If the money is there, there's mismanagement. Why do we have an over-expenditure of 130%? I wish I had that kind of ability to buy groceries, gasoline, to go 130% over what I have available. We can't do this. That's not realistic. There is a problem somewhere, and it's either the administration or the agency. They're pointing fingers at one another. From here at the local level, we're basically out of control. We need those funds. This past weekend, there was a burial at Sapikin. They couldn't find a rifle team to honor our veteran that had passed on. And they didn't even have the money to do that. The reimbursement for the duty, color guard duty, honor guard duty, because we're 130% over budget. So all these families that are going on and losing their veterans can't get the proper burial to honor that these guys deserve. They give it the concerns from the local level. And we hope that this comes to a solution through the President's office, through the council, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the agency. But Madam Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Shandeen Parrish, we appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
Here Navajo Mountain, thank you for being with us today. I believe, and thank you for all the veterans who are also online. We appreciate your time today. We thank you for your service. I believe we have Delegate Shauna Claw on the line. Is that correct? Do you still have your hand raised, Delegate
Madam
Claw?
Chair.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then also to honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and then also honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I also want to greet the veterans that are on the line and that are there in attendance with our council at the chambers, and then also to all those that presented this afternoon, and then the office of the President and Vice President. But I just wanted to make a few comments in listening to today's session. I want to say that being a mother of 3 young men that are still active duty, it brings me great joy knowing that we do have representation in attendance. And then also very thankful for my honorable colleagues for asking those difficult questions. And as I was listening, I do think that there is reform that is going to happen that will benefit our veterans. And then also, knowing that we do have work sessions that are planned. And then I do appreciate the Office of the President coming in and then explaining that this is the first time there's going to be transparency for the Navajo Nation. And then also congratulations to Ms. Bobby Baldwin for the new position. And I was able to join Ms. Baldwin in the Human Services Commission. So I do know that her work does speak volumes when it comes to advocating for our Navajo Nation, and then also for the rights of those that she represents. And then I just want to thank Mr. Olin Kioma for mentioning our Native women veterans, and very sorry that we were not able to join them at Twin Arrows today. But I think that every day should be a day of recognition for our veterans from all branches. And then also to the organizations from all across the Navajo Nation for being on the line here today. And then also to OMB for presenting all the information. And I do believe that Mr. Jeff Begay is right when he was saying that some of this information does clear the heads of those that may not understand the financial terminology. So I do believe that work sessions are up ahead, and I think that them being presented at the agency level will also clear some of the confusion. But I know that the Budget and Finance, I've been listening to most of their meetings, and I do know that when we hear from Speaker Damon, and then Honorable Carl Slater, and then also Shadeja Amber Crotty, and then Honorable Asseret, and then also our Madam Chair, and then all those that are on the committee, as well as the legislative advisors. They are very, very keen on thinking of all the options, and I know that with what they have planned, we look forward to their recommendations. As a 25th member of the Navajo Nation Council, I do believe, and I have the confidence in the BNF committee that they will find solutions. And it might not be readily available, but I do hear the commitment in their work sessions, and then also the questions that they pose. But I just want to say that and add that to today's conversation. And then I just feel very rest assured today, knowing that we heard from the administration and we've heard from veterans, we've heard their concerns, and many prayers were said on their behalf. And we still have those that are on active duty as well as those that never made it home, and that the veterans that are present today, that they're the voices of their comrades, and that we hear them and that we appreciate their service to our great country and our great nation. I just wanted to say that. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Shauna Claw. Thank you for being on the line, and thank you for listening throughout today's work session. Thank you to Mr. Jimmy and Mr. Willie, and also to OMB for being on the line as well. And thank you to our new Executive Director nominee, Bobby Baldwin, for being with us today. I believe Delegate So was on the line earlier. I don't know if he's still with us, but I just wanted to recognize him. Okay. All right, colleagues, thank you for your time this afternoon. We're going to close the work session now. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Yate. My name is Darlene Pino, Nate-san, Navajo Mountain Chapter Vice President. Ado, change Lido, Chiche Basichin, Kiane, the Chichero Coruchini, the Chanel. Aro Isin, Achade, Alamoni, Mexico, this tall. Ade Isin, Ade, Chake. Ako Kage, Ade, Mr. Begay, Hadzi, Jeff Begay, David Kinshnani, and the Kushis Kanda Western Agency meeting go Adi, our chair, parish, okay, is that case in Dahasidne. So, the 6-7 years ago, I thought the shit that Anatisan Veterans Organization, that Dohli, when we hit the Neo, Nani, Oni, we were still hauling our stuff. Moving here in this area. Although but he, Jeff and I, today I'm not a veteran. I could not to keep to get the records and everything in place, files and the hecky. One of the things is that earlier that the couple mentioned that they went to their meetings and the commander and secretary in London, that they had to pawn their own items to make the trip in different places. Some of us that are not veterans, we're not saying that we're not saying anything negative. However, I did the secretary and treasurer for 7 years with Natisan. Since I became the Natisan chapter vice president, the conflict of interest, I had to resign from the Natisan Veterans Organization as a secretary. And but when I was a secretary for Natisan Veterans Organization, Delphine from Western Agency and Ferlin office in Nandalishin. At that time, Eunice Begay was there. The office staff to get the Natisan Veterans Organization off the ground. There is a ship we did in a no but that's what we did. Jeff and I, although the time when I, as a secretary, I was getting paid for the meetings. I was doing $75 and then all of a sudden it suddenly stopped, and we were told since we're not veterans, chapter or secretary for the veterans. If you're not a veteran, you don't get the stipend. You don't need. we continue with our work and responsibility as the veterans CVO secretaries. That's one of the things that I just want to bring that out, because we do put in a lot of work within non-veterans in the clinic. Although what we did was before the one unit business union, what we did here in the Veterans Organization is that when we had our meeting, we really had a good record keeping. Although we, as I said, we work closely with Delphine and Furlan Begay at Western Agency. And aku cina lo to email and they halan sa hitin hipajin hinatis ani de nabetish yeshus lahan now. And I kept track of all our veterans here that are registered with our CVO veterans organization. I let them know. I call them up and say two times emergency, 2 times hardship. Of course, I use up at the I will let them know I use up in stuff like that. And then with the home improvement materials, so that 3 quotation no, because AI say yanda how job is not us that they have a cut since we are equipped with computer, internet, and printer, and all of that. I'm going to give veterans at our own home. But I'm going at GLS level. The council delegates, so the budget finance, so based on they but I just want to point that out that we've done what we could from the Jeff and I with our veterans organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pino, for providing that background, and thank you for your advocacy. I just want to reassure everybody that the Veterans Administration Executive Director is here to listen. So she's been in the room and listening to everybody's comments. So thank you again to our veterans for their service, and thank you for being on today's call. Again, for those that are still on the line, we will have a detailed report from the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Comptroller on April 4th at our regular meeting. Tomorrow, the Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting we have 2 regular meetings throughout the month. So tomorrow is our second March meeting, and that agenda has been posted online. And so we look forward to continuing to work with Executive Director Baldwin. Thank you all for being here today.